Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. Outside the window, the day is clear and as mild as can be in early spring.
It's a great place to hide, and Masovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't...
Yes? Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculty.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised. You don't have to take this display of authority. You can disobey.
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself. Please do. We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over.
The lieutenant is pretty sure self-care is just a euphemism for nihilistic...
What about me? Good. Excuse me? Frankly, Detective, you're...
The lieutenant thinks you're some...
Except that I do, Detective. That's good. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not you might.
The lieutenant is pretty sure... scruffy-haired little boy kicks a...
Our tenant, the policeman.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning. I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, jetty, oh, jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse?
It's just as well. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent. How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
That they don't.
Above you, there forms a quilt of alto-cumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isola. I'm guessing you don't know then. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. It's a pity. Most of these people will never know what this place means. This island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit? Well, technically speaking, I'm not on it right now. Good.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it? Here? Oh no. What does that bloated hellbat want with my little cinder-block town? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know what he has in store for this place. Probably a statue. It's a giant statue of him. Or better yet, his twin brother. Practically the same thing, but makes him seem less like a psychopath. First, there won't be a youth center. Whatever he has told you or the residents, there'll be something horrific, perhaps even worse than a statue. So, yes, I do. A fishery. I've been speaking with Lillian here. She gave me the idea. The infrastructure is all here, and with my connections... Sadly, it's just one of the million things I'll never get round to. I just have to accept that I'll never be the rich candy girl who goes around solving people's problems with money. A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
My liege, this woman has half convinced herself already. All it would take is a little nudge.
Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everard. Did it?
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Misinformation. This is all because we haven't shared information on the lynching yet. See? Already the adversary uses it to their advantage. Don't let him. Hurry up on that probe. The moment you tell me you're finished at the traffic jam, I will gladly tell you the company's side of the story.
She must really want you to look into the drugs. Otherwise, she'd tell you.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about. Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask, why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about them, even if it's inappropriate.
What else?
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry. Yes. What if something happens to her and you've left one question unasked? Sneaky little question escapes your eye.
A referral,
My liege, this woman has heart.
Such referrals may sometimes get you information.
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later. Oh? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the...
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it a term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
you could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside. Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, The steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
There's a slippery article in there.
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. a great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see. The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Good luck, detectives.
Yes?
The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. And why so? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals.
It's easy.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity, but...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
On the table, you see a bowl of water. The water you almost your face. An old mirror hangs on the wall. The bed is comforting. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? This is... Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great.
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with? 50...
In the cabin, you see Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 50. It will...
Her voice...
Gottlieb, what is it now?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a...
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit.
Oh, sorry, officer. Officer.
Make way for the master poet.
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying.
Huh? What is it? And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work...
No offense. But your partner? Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Misk.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot, in the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation, on the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling Piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocent Dolores Day. Heroic doses, Herifia. Heroic. Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this, what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined. Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round, multi-axle trailers.
Yes.
No elaboration.
They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south? It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
In the center of this town, there's a ghostly motorway, she sang.
They say I've been away on a kind of holiday. No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake. Josiana.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, Detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
Looking for something? Oh yeah, there sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Goddamn right. Trusting street thugs with...
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay. Don't, like, overdo it or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or... Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel...
Right to work! Right to work! Shade!
What a wandering man. Oh.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are... I am... The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions.
Your silence betrays your...
The door seems to...
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about Union guys. Who do you mean, mister? I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people with suits and purdy carriages. Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
Mr. Dubois, the word in Martinez is a certain police officer is once again happily reunited with his service weapon. Congratulations, my friend. I prefer my police officers old-fashioned like that, with a gun. You can do so many things with a gun that you can't do without one. Now, what can I help you with? My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the two of you are reunited. Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up? I guess you're right, Harry. I appreciate you coming back to report on your progress. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you? I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. Very nice, Harry. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens by all means, Harry. What great! You want to bounce something? Absolutely, Harry. What's on your mind?
This is the night.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Again? I can't believe this.
Okay. Neither can I, partner. Okay. Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police, not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Yes? What is it?
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
She looks at the dry, chipped white polish covers.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. All right. I like it sudden. I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I... Clearly,
The wet wind, heavy with brine and industrial pollution.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I don't know what to say. None of this is fortuitous for me.
She nods, slow. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear. She slowly lights another. Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman having sex. A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow...
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper net. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then...
The man ponders his cooking utensil.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno...
Good to see you.
Goodbye.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is silence in your head.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave. Then you have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
Then, what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long... And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even, say, software development? I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building, with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. I told them. But no, normal office buildings are bourgeois.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest... Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space. I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pay right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything. Anytime.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting.
What is it? Very good. If you'll help me with some of this equipment, then.
Back across the water there. At least we are getting our exercise in today.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer, and if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done. I believe we are ready.
We're ready to try, at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone is set to broadcast, officer. We'll all be able to listen, but anyone we reach will only hear your voice. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference, but it's important to keep transmitting your request until you're acknowledged. Ready? Then it will be exactly like every other moment of every other day. I ask again, are you ready? Good. Beginning transmission.
A soft rustling. The snow seems to have gotten between your ears somehow. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez, all mingled with electrical interference caused by scattered thunderstorms over Ozone.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
Is there anybody there? The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though, you cannot say.
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds very nearly human.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Ich kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken. Marianne, mir empfiehlt das Oscar nicht mehr, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Grab zurückgekommen ist. Halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr.
Something about her son going to Bredefort on an aerostatic to see some psychologists. Or maybe it's the psychologists saying it's normal to have feelings for strangers. Foreign languages were never your strong suit.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
It's very likely, based on what we've recently learned. Give me a moment while I attempt to narrow the receiving mode. In the meantime, you must keep trying. Again?
It's calm now.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
Mention what? I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
I can assure you it's not my twin brother, though it certainly does sound like me.
Yes, a particularly eerie specimen, but still just a harmless piece of the past returning to surface.
Right. I just wish I could remember what I was talking about.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
What else is there to do? Keep trying.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind.
Where's parte. Please identify.
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand from a tangle of hair.
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply too strong. I did not expect simply locating the signal to be so difficult. We must consider several variables. Local entroponetic conditions, the sophistication of our transceiver, the quality of our connections, and the physics of our antenna itself. Fortunately, we have a more than adequate transceiver, so I do not believe it is causing any problems. And we're also unlikely to change our local entroponetic conditions. So, the next step is to thoroughly inspect our connections. You need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
But you don't have the technical expertise.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar, but you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed to do about it.
That's true, but I can't leave my station, so it will have to be you. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, Detective. Just keep your focus on the task at hand.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years. The programmer mentioned ammonia, but anything alcoholic should dissolve the oils, creating a cleaner and clearer connection. Almost immediately, the ammonia begins breaking down the oils around the copper wiring.
Glad that stuff came in handy after all.
Ah, very good, officer.
Once the oils have been dissolved, you wipe off the connections with your sleeve and reattach the cable.
It seems to have made some difference, but unfortunately not enough to alter the overall situation. Unser einziges Kind. Kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together, so that's unlikely to happen. Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the warship signal and eliminate the crosstalk. And if you don't know what you're doing, of course you could just make it worse. What do you mean? You adjust the antenna manually, with your hands. I'm afraid we're out of alternatives. You're just going to have to go for it.
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. His imperious gaze leads you naturally to his outstretched hand, which, for some reason, strikes you as sadly empty. You can't help but feel that saber you picked up might just give this older king a little more panache and better reception. Come on, kings and sabers are so played out. There's a better way. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed instead? There seems to be just enough room between its teeth there. To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horse's bared teeth.
There is no way that is going to make any difference.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
This faithful steed cuts a dashing figure with the replica saber between its teeth. The sky is grey and overcast. Snow spirals all around you. Through the scrim, you can just make out the shadow of Coalition warship Archer a few kilometers to the east. A few of the idle lorry drivers and strikebreakers gesture at you with their cigarettes, more out of curiosity than anything else. From the window of one of the adjacent apartment buildings, an older woman leans out, her heavy breasts sagging. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
That's very good. Just a bit more to the left. Nein, Liebling!
The signal is clear. The storm has passed. This is another voice. A live voice on the other end of this invisible bridge you've established.
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Elysium warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting.
Aha! Excellent! You are connected. Now be quick. I don't know how long I'll be able to preserve the signal.
This is it. You're finally getting to speak with those who hold real power. And by that they mean the ones with the guns and the warships. There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? You are currently speaking with Coalition warship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachon. Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at this sort of thing. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always with the first-person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents. Not to mention the airborne artillery platform she works on. Her every word is backed up by the most powerful ordnance available.
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Coalition Murciparta, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world. It's an important responsibility, but we don't consider it any greater than those borne by countless people all across the world. Now, your request? A very important question with a very simple answer. We want humanity to endure. Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy. Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our modern order. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists. It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another. Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people. All powers are incentivized to de-escalate conflicts before they reach the point of no return. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free of violent conflict, but in the modern era, we have made great strides to reduce its frequency, duration, and severity. It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination, dedicated their lives to the continuation of her political and intellectual projects. There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism, and believe they're just one revolution away from establishing a humanist paradigm. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to Deloreanism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion within a greater Franco-Nigerian heritage. They criticize the DeLorean project for accepting and integrating new peoples rather than forcefully subjugating them. And then, there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many of our same rights and iconography, though they persist in rejecting the umbrella of moralism.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't resent them. It's more that we are disappointed that they have chosen to emphasize certain points of dispute over broad areas of accord.
She speaks of them like a family member she's abandoned hope of ever maturing.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella of the Moral Intel. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly off the coalition. We are not that familiar with RCM lore and practice, but we believe that may be the case. As we recall, the decomptage originated with the Revacholian commune itself.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics division to ensure that both organizations are working toward the same ends. One now committed to upholding moralist values. Strange, isn't it? History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Especterashit? If you have, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world, impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather markets, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of Pericarnassus. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre and lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand. It was all built for you, for this very moment.
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
For you, for all of humanity. Not only that, but you are also part of the centrist long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven into the great lattice work, a deliberate synthesis of humanity, art, and the natural world. Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes. In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one of the great cities of the Dolorian era, a glorious expression of humanity's highest potential. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many generations, and its preservation is an equally monumental responsibility. About 3,000 years.
She really had that on the tip of her tongue. It's like she has the timeline laid out right in front of her.
Of course, the number 3,000 represents the average of a great number of projections. The actual number might be closer to 3,250, or even 3,300, depending on the contingencies. It is, in all senses, the most moderate and reasonable projection possible based on current science.
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind.
Time is running short, officer. I estimate you have time for maybe 2 more questions.
Come again? We're picking up more interference. That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here. Oh, it looks quite lovely from here. From our portal, we see rolling hillsides, a public park filled with grand oak trees, men and women going about on horses. Ah, there are children playing by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. very near like those in certain areas of Messina. We cannot say for certain. East it must be. We have only recently been deeded to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way she'll really get what you're about.
Martinez. That is to the west, yes? Stand by a moment. We are adjusting our viewfinder. Yes, we are looking at the river now. There are small islands in the middle of it. It's interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no? Very well. Now, we're looking at an area that seems to be in urgent need of revitalization. Now we see the lake, and around that, a rather vibrant-looking city quarter. There are some large buildings from the turn of the century, we would guess. So that is Martinez.
A distended pause. A slight chill of embarrassment. She isn't sure what to say.
Extremely different. We knew there were still parts of Revachol that have not fully recovered from the revolution. But here, the destruction is quite evident, even compared to the eastern side of the city. But what's most striking are the people. They just... we don't even know how to say it. We really couldn't say. That's one of the limits of this vantage. But the whole district does have a very desperate character. And then, there's all the tear lying about. It's very unpleasant to look at. We're going to widen our viewfinder a bit. Yes, recycling is very important. The Coalition always supports initiatives that promote civic responsibility and mindfulness. A roundabout... aha! Yes, we see the monument. But there seems to be a man on top of it. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregular, Lieutenant. What are you doing on top of the public monument? How interesting. In Messina, disco has been extinct for more than a decade. Funny how the past always is more present in some parts of the world. In any event, it is certainly interesting to see it, even from afar. Most of the time, we signalers just have to imagine what our interlocutors look like.
Officer, I've held the signal open as long as I can. Whatever you came here to ask it now.
Is everything all right? We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible. Oh, most likely. Though, you must understand, the moral intern is responsible for ensuring the continuance and flourishing of mankind for the next 3,000 years. Fortunately, we have contingency spreads to help guide our decision-making. Of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events. It's not really our area of expertise, but we can try to explain. Picture a smooth hill made from fresh dirt. Now, if you stand atop this hill and pour a glass of water over it, what will happen? Precisamente. We know only that it will run down, but not what course it will take. If we place a rock in the water's path, will it divert to the left or to the right? We cannot say, but we may predict which way it might run in either event. That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads as a kind of tree, with every juncture representing a different event, and every branch representing a different timeline. Not exactly. No one can know the future. But with contingency spreads, it is possible to predict what the future realities might reasonably look like. But we shouldn't overstate their importance. They are simply one of many tools used by the moral intern to set policy. That's impossible to say. It may be that Revachol has a great role to play, or no role at all. That is the nature of contingency. You must understand, When we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking about the most fantastically complex data visualization.
It makes your brain swell just to think about it.
It may be the case that, under certain scenarios, Revachol is vitally important, as it was during the collision landings in 08. It may also be the case, in many other equally plausible scenarios, that the Revachol is simply another once great city, like countless others throughout history.
Did she just admit that the Coalition invading Revachol was one of those contingencies?
No, well, not quite. The Marlinter never intends to violate another nation's sovereignty. That would be a serious violation of international law. But one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe brought on by an unstoppable pandemic. No amount of contingency planning could account for all of that. Yes, we would say that is a fair and reasonable way to describe it. For this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to highly trained analysts working with advanced radio computers and a steady supply of drones. Of course, while the content of individual contingency spreads is deeply classified, many degrees beyond our access, everything we have heard from the Provisional Commission indicates that the transition is proceeding according to the appropriate timetable. Of course, the coalition supports the Revacholian people's desire for full democracy. We encourage you to contact the offices of the Provisional Commission if you're serious about getting involved. Well, that isn't very realistic. Real democracy doesn't just happen. It requires the support of a great number of stable, interlocking institutions. That is the only way to channel popular sentiment into a legitimate mandate to govern. Otherwise, what are we left with? Esattamente. But the Commission's hard and diligent work may soon be bearing fruit. Revachol is nearly ready to begin the first phase of democratization. Soon, the people of Revachol will vote for slates of candidates who will make up the Transitional Advisory Council that will oversee the second phase of democratization. The council is modeled after similar bodies developed in a number of transitional democracies. Its role is to devise and shape the future institutions of Revacholian democracy, according to local conditions.
Local conditions, in this case, referring to incompetence, graft, and violence.
Once elected, council members will even have the opportunity to join one of several officially sanctioned political wings, depending on their ideological beliefs and policy preferences. A very important question. The wings are carefully selected to represent a wide spectrum of political thought. Typically, there's a liberal technocratic wing, a social democratic wing, and even a conservative populist wing. You wouldn't believe some of the ideas they express, but a vibrant and free political culture requires that all perspectives be given voice, even those many may find objectionable. In most cases, the Provisional Council selects them from a cross-section of the local population to ensure the slates actually reflect the people they represent. Of course, such a situation is not ideal. We would all prefer for Revacholians to nominate the representatives directly, but that is why it's a transitional council. Our best theoreticians believe that 3 to 5 phases are appropriate for states that lack strong democratic tradition, which would certainly apply to Revachol. But we must stress that real democracy is an ongoing process and not simply an outcome. It must be cultivated and preserved if it is to endure. Esattamente.
It's been a long winter, long and cold.
Be advised, officer. The signal is liable to fail any moment now.
Lieutenant Dubois, are you there? Lieutenant Dubois, please repeat. Your signal is very weak. Nothing important. Bad connection. Going to update the receiver frequency.
And the line goes quiet. The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. He looks up at you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
The sun-warmed bronze tingles beneath your fingertips and between your thighs. You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans and waving their... There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like the little child.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers. Leave the cables. I don't feel like making 2 trips.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, this was an interesting collaboration. Really? I do not think we were all that successful. But maybe the RCM has a different definition of success. In any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. If you'd like, you can take one of the extra headsets. Now, you'll excuse me. I have to get back to them. Yes, what is it? Very good.
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will... Then it will be exactly like every other moment. Good.
A soft rustling. The snow's every...
Officer? Are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
The lieutenant looked nervous for who the...
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it.
Nein, Liebling. Marianne.
Something about her son going to Fred.
It's very like... In the meantime, you... Again?
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine.
Mention I didn't say anything.
An uncomfortable...
It's been a long winter.
I promise you I didn't. Even though it certainly sounds like me.
Yes. Apart...
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
What else is there to do? Keep...
Liebling,
The signals are getting increasing.
It's not working. I did not we must concede, fortunately, and we're also unlikely to... You need to...
But you...
Someone has been meant...
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. But you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed...
Then you might break your neck. That's true, but I can't leave my station.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The connection itself, the whole monument, is covered. The programmer mentioned almost.
Huh?
Once the...
Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else. Ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. The responsibility is yours. This faithful... The sky through the scrim. A few... She yells a single... You are his imperial... You can't help but fit... Come on. Kings and sabers are so played out. There's a better way. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed instead? This seems to be just... To your surprise...
There is no... It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm.
That's very...
The signal...
Try it now, officer.
This is it, and by that, there is so...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. A very... Beyond that, immeasurable. The role of the moralist international, it's an elegant... Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free. It was established by men. There are many. The fascists, and then...
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't...
She speaks...
But of course, at the same time, the RCM is not exact. It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure... One now, history is a river. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall? The heart of the sea? What does the sun...
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
For you, not only that, but you... Yes, it is. In Messina, of course, such a city does not spring from about 3,000...
She really had that on the tip of her.
Of course, it is in all senses the most modern... We can... That's rather optimistic. You must understand. Fortunately, of course, there is no one... It's not really our area of expertise. Precisamente. That is the essence of the idea. Not exact. But we shouldn't overstate. That's... You must understand.
It makes your brain swell.
It may be the case...
Did she just admit that the coalition invading Revachol was one of those contingencies?
No, but one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe brought on by an unstoppable pandemic. Almost certainly. Not many realize. For this reason, responsibility for development, of course. while the content of individual contingency spreads is deeply classified. Well, not yet. Right now, it's more like a simple seed. The first phase of soon, the people at Revachol will vote for the council is
local conditions.
Once elected, typically there's a liberal in most, of course, such as it's our best, but we must try. Exactamente.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short, officer. Come again? We're picking up more interference. That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here. There are children playing by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. Very near, like those in certain areas of Perhaps you...
She needs to see you.
Martinez. Stand by a moment. Yes. Interesting. The west of the city looks very well. Now we see the...
A distended pause. A slight chill of embarrassment. She isn't sure what to say.
It is quite striking, but what's most striking are the people. We really couldn't... And then there's all the hairline about. Around about... Aha! Yes, we see the monument. To be completely honest, Lieutenant, we are not in a position to say. From here, all we can really see are... In any event, thank you for this tour of... Officer? Is everything alright? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the... If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July. We're afraid that is quite impossible, Lieutenant. We cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that responsibility. We are...
Then, why are you wasting time with her? You should demand to speak with who's really in charge.
You know, that is simply not how the command pyramid works. We can no more overrule our chief signaler.
This line of argument is quite pointless. You should abandon it.
Not a problem. If this is a time-sensitive matter, they typically respond within a few weeks.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand?
We will hear your request.
That's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
Please confirm. Are you saying your partner is somehow impeding your investigation?
Yes, what is it? Very good?
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be... You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to load... Good.
A soft rustling.
Officer? Are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
Is the lieutenant nervous for...
Try again,
Perhaps something about her son going...
It's very low. In the mean... Again?
A slight frisson.
Mention I didn't...
An uncle.
It's been a long winter.
I promise you I...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die...
What else?
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois?
The signals are getting increasingly...
It's not working. I did not expect simply locating the signal to be so... We must fortunate and we're also up. You need to...
But...
Someone has been...
Something about this setup. See...
Then you might break your neck. That I did not... We must fortunate and we're all...
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels, please, you don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, Detective. Just keep your focus on it.
The programmer mentioned almost...
Glad that stuff came in handy after all.
Huh?
Once the...
Short of changing the shape of the antenna, what do you mean? You adjust the antenna manually. With ideally...
She's right. You can't help. Come on. King, why not arm the good king's... To your surprise, the saber slides
There is no way.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
You allow the broken hunk of metal.
What are you doing? The connection is even worse now. This is extremely unprofessional. But...
She's right.
Damn it.
A maelstrom. It's too much. Your eardrums are throbbing.
A long winter.
And then...
Try it now.
This is Worship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting it.
This is the best...
This is it. You're finally... And by that, there is so much.
Please be advised that you are speaking on acknowledge. To reach the if the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee. Not a problem. They typically... We're afraid. We cannot...
Then, why are you wasting time with her? You should demand to speak with who's really in...
That...
This line of argument is quite pointless. You should abandon it.
What part of...
Yes, what is it? Very good.
Back across the water.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request. What? Good.
A soft rustling. The snow seemed every...
Officer? Are you in order?
Is the loot nervous for...
Try again,
Perhaps. Something about her son going to Vredefort.
It's very long. In the meantime... Again?
A slight frisson.
Mention I didn't...
An uncle.
It's been a long winter.
I promise you...
Yes.
Right.
There won't be any later. This is our chance. Now please keep...
But someone has...
Dubois?
The signals...
It's not work. I didn't... We must unfortunate and we're also... You need to...
But...
Someone has been...
Something about this setup. Your gloves, you don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly the connection. The programmer mentioned ammonia. Almost. Once the...
It seems to have made the einzig, short of changing the shape of the antenna. I'm not sure what else we can do from here. What do you mean? Ideally?
She's right. You can't help. Come on. Why not arm the good... To your surprise...
There is no way that is going to make any difference.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as...
That's very good. Just a bit more... Nine.
The signal...
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois.
This is it, and by that, there is so...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. You are currently speaking with Collision Worship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Rebashon. No. The captain of the Archer is deeply classified intelligence. Our name is not important.
You really don't. There's something. Not to mention the airborne artillery platform she works on.
Because it's, for instance...
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
No, of course not.
A true truth conveyed.
Perhaps you could say it all depends on your perspective. If by fun stuff you mean alcohol and cigarettes, that's true.
Avero.
But now we've wandered quite far afield. What was your request? A vast beyond that, immeasurable. The role of the moralist international. It's an elegant because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of. For the most part, it has. It was a.
The other members of the founding party moved to.
There are many. The communists, the fascists, and then there are our.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds.
We don't.
She speaks.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The art, at the same time, we are not that.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense.
The ethics division is the branch of the RCM. In other words, it's a fundamental part of the RCM. So you probably shouldn't ask her any questions about it.
I suppose I enjoy casework too much, but surely you have more interesting things to discuss with the Coalition than my career path.
Lieutenant Dubois, was there anything else? Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall the heart of what has
the name at Vesperasket means evening comes.
By thousands of people over many centuries. Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long. Yes, it is. In Messina, of course. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many, about 3,000 years.
She really had that on the tip of her tongue. It's like she has the timeline laid out right.
Of course, the number 3, it is in all sense.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short. Come again? We're picking up more interference. We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible. Oh, most likely. You must understand. Fortunately, of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events. But at least, we're able to prepare for the most likely eventualities. It's not really our area of expertise. That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads as a kind of tree. With every... Not exactly. No one can know this.
Meaning, there are more and less reasonable futures. You should follow up on that.
But we shouldn't overstate their importance. They are simply one of many tools used... Well, yes, just as some events are less probable than others. While we expect the vast majority of realities will fall within a normal confidence interval, there must necessarily... Who are we to say? We are only a second signaler, not a method. The key, we believe, is to be open to meaning, even amidst great... That's impossible to say.
But didn't the Wild Pines representative say that Revachol would resolve history?
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking about the most fantastically...
It makes your brain swell just to think about it.
It may be the case that...
Did she just admit that the Coalition invading Revachol was...
No, well, not quite. The Model Inter never intends to... But one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe brought on by an unstoppable pandemic. No amount of contingency planning could account. We are living in the only reality we know. Our task, for this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to highly trained analysts working with advanced radio computers and a steady supply of drones. Of course, while the content of individual contingency, of course, the coalition supports the Revacholian people's desire. Oh, there are many things you can do. In fact, soon, the people of Revachol will vote for slates of candidates who will make up the Transitional Advisory Council that will oversee the council is...
Local conditions, in this case, referring to incompetence, graft, and...
Once elected, council members will even have the opportunity to join one of several officially sanctioned political... A very important question. Typically, there's a liberal technocratic... In most cases, of course, such as it. Our best to retain, but we must stress. Exactamente.
Officer, I've held the signal open as long.
Is everything alright? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to... If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July. Not a problem. If this is a time-sensitive matter, you may file an emergency. They typically respond within a few weeks.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand? That's only because they haven't heard about...
So, you're experiencing acute...
Good God, here we go.
We're afraid we don't understand. Are you requesting medical attention?
Whoa. In your hand, Pyrrolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens, rare and gritty, a product of the age of atomic power. What a funny little cat. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's an inadequate antidote to radiation poisoning, but a potent antidote to boredom. The container is warm to the touch, or is that just the anticipation? You screw the lid open and look. A little slit on the side lets you just slurp it up. What is he? Your mother? Is Kim your au pair? Slurp it. Slurp the morsel of danger joy. You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical-smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone. It tastes like many things, all melted into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning. No, of course not really. It's just a metaphor. The effect of that otherworldly drop of this warmth. It makes you want to share your discovery with Kim. Why not? This government-developed substance seems very not. Please don't actually operate any fire machines.
I'm happy for you.
His glasses turn golden as the fire reflects off the lenses. You feel this man is just don't mix it with anything, he thinks, looking you over. Wow, Kim's badass. Or he's had a druggie partner. Whoa, that's probably it. He's seen it before. Look at all these guys go off like fireworks as information pours into you. About the lieutenant's sim. Already you can tell you're going to be slurping a lot more Pyrrolidon.
In the bottom right corner of the screen,
Yes, what is it? Very good.
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be two. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference, but it's important. Good.
A soft rustling between your ears. Every...
Officer? Are you in order?
You all... The lieutenant looked nervous for...
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're...
Nein.
Something about her son going to Fred.
It's very low. In the meantime... Again?
A slight frisson.
I didn't...
An uncle.
I promise you...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die...
What else?
The signals are...
It's not work. I did not we must fortunate and we're also you need...
But...
Someone has been...
Something images of your bodies.
Then you must... I did not... We must fortunate and we're also...
gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The programmer, it takes a few moments, but the alcohol gradually...
Is this really the time, Detective?
It's all right, Lieutenant.
Once the oils have been dissolved, you wipe off the connector.
It seems to have made some difference. Sort of changing the shape of the antenna. What do you mean? Ideal?
She's right. You can't help. Come on. Kings and... Why not arm the good king? To your surprise,
there is no... It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm.
That's very... Can I... Try it now.
Lieutenant Dubois.
This is... And by that, there is so much you wish you could...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. A very... Beyond that. Immeasurable. The role of the moralist it's an elegant... Because no rational state is willing to accept the real... For the most part, it has. It was established by many of the... There are many. The fascists. And then...
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't resent.
She speaks of...
But of course, the RC... At the same time, the RCM is not exactly... We are not that familiar with RCM lore and practice.
There is some truth.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working. Because the coalition has no interest in... Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of the sea... What has the sun...
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
Not only that, but you are also part of... Yes, it is. In Messina, of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere. Nor does it endure about...
She really had that on the tip of her tongue.
It does, doesn't it? And yet, there remains a great deal to be done in that span. We can assure you, it is coming as... Oh, you must understand. Fortunately, of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account. That's...
But didn't...
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking... It may be the case...
Did she just admit...
No, well, but one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe brought on by an unstoppable... Yes, for this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned, of course. While the content, of course, the coalition supports the Revacholian people's desire for full democracy. Well, real democracy doesn't just happen. It requires... Esattamente. Soon, the people of Revachol, the council is...
Local conditions in...
Once elected, typically, there's a liberal... In most cases, of course, such a situation is our best... But we must... Esattamente.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short of...
Come again? We're picking up more into... Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
What part of need to reach the...
Yes, what is very good?
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, We should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be... You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. Good.
A soft rustling. The snow seems...
Go ahead, officer.
Is the lieutenant nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Try again, officer.
Perhaps something about her son going to...
It's very light. In the meantime... Again?
It's cold now.
A slight frisson.
Mention I didn't say...
Someone has...
An
It's been a long winter.
I can assure...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten wir die...
There won't...
But someone has...
The signals...
It's not working. I did not... We must concede fortunately, and we're also unlikely. You need to...
But you...
Someone has been meant...
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The programmer mentioned ammonia. Almost. Once the...
Short of changing the shape of the antenna, ideally,
She's right. The response... You are his imp... You can't help. Come on. Kings, why not arm the good King's Valiant? To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horns.
There is no way that is...
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like...
That's very good. 9.
The signal...
Try it now.
Lieutenant Dubois.
This is... And by that, there is some...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? That's difficult to say. Perhaps... There are children building a snowman by a small pond. We cannot...
She needs to see...
Martinez. Stand by. Yes. Interesting. The west of the city? Very well. Now we see...
A distended pause. A slight...
It is quite striking, but what's most striking are the people. We really could have... And then there's all the tail line about. Around... That's you. We have to say... That's extremely irregular, Lieutenant. What are you doing? It must be... In any event, it is certainly interesting. A very beyond that, immeasurable. The role of the Moralist International is... It's an elegant... Because no rational state is willing to accept... For the most part, it's an elegant idea. Because no rational state is like... It was established by many of the... There are many. The fascists, and then
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated.
We don't.
She speaks of...
But of course, they also remain the At the same time, the RCM is not exactly off the... We are not that...
There is some truth.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are one now. History is a river course. Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of this... What has
the name at Vesperas...
By... Not only that. Yes, it's in Messina. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere. Nor...
The wind is pulling at the giant tarps that cover the blasted air moving through what was once a row of apartments. This is your city. Defend it at all. A moment of hissing static as the...
Lieutenant Dubois,
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short, officer. Come again? We're picking up more interference. We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible. Oh, most likely. You must understand. Fortunately, we have contingency spreads too. Of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events.
But didn't the Wild Pines representative say that Revachol would resolve history?
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking about the most fantastically complex data visualization human beings are capable of producing, with thousands of events, from elections and wars to natural disaster or scientific miracles, and millions of possible outcomes.
It makes your brain swell just to think about it.
It may be the case that...
Did she just admit that the...
No, well, but one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe. Yes. For this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to highly trained analysts working with advanced radio computers and a steady supply of drones. Of course, while the content of individual... Of course, the coalition supports the Revacholian people's desire for full democracy. Oh, there are many things you can do. In fact, you may... Soon, the people of Revachol will vote for slates of... The council is...
Local conditions, in this case.
Once elected, council are very... Typically, there's a liberal technocracy. In most cases, of course, such a situation is our best priority, but we must stress... Exactamente.
Officer, I've held the signal open as long...
Is everything alright? Acknowledged. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
This isn't about you. Not really. It may have been at a certain point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all of Revachol. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
What? How do you know this? What's your tone? Now, please describe the situation in as much detail as you can.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her desk, preparing to take notes. There, you've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you could show the Coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene. You have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
Yes? Please continue. Was there anything else the committee should know?
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
The lieutenant is afraid you're going to say something too outre.
We are listening. What did you learn about the victim?
Oh dear, you seem to be losing the thread. Don't listen to them. Everyone loves a good political angle.
Come again, Lieutenant Dubois. You're saying the victim was killed by communists. Was this a politically motivated homicide? We're afraid we're not following. Did you speak with the victim before his death? We see. Lieutenant, we must be perfectly honest with you. We cannot recommend that you address... Because you're speaking like someone in the throes of a serious drug addiction.
Yes, what is it? Very good.
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now...
It's done. I believe we are ready.
We're ready to try, at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request. Well, good.
A soft rustling. The snow's every...
Officer? Are you in...
You're all alone out there, wondering. A blast. The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. nervous for...
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're... Something about her son going to Vredefort on an aerostatic to see some psychologists, or...
It's very... In the meantime... Again?
A slight frisson.
Mention I didn't...
An uncle.
It's been a long winter.
I promise...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten wir die...
There was...
But someone has...
The what? Where's he?
The signals are...
It's not working. I did not... We must... Fortunate and we're also... You need to...
But...
Someone has been...
Something, images of your body smashed against the pavement, flood your mind. Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly the connection, the programmer mentioned almost.
Glad that stuff came in handy after all.
Once the oil...
Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not ideally... What do you mean?
She's right. You are his imp... You can't help but come on. Why not armed? To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horse's bared teeth.
There is no way.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your head.
That's very good.
The signal.
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant,
This is, and by that, there is so.
please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. A vast beyond that, immeasurable. The role of the moral is international. It's an because no rational state, for the most part, it has. It's an elegant thing, because no rational state, for the most part, it has. There are many. The fascists, and then...
For some reason, it's the Social Democrat.
We don't...
She speaks.
But of course, they also remain the At the same time, the RCM is not exactly off the coalition. We are not that familiar with RCM lore and practice.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards. Because the coalition has no interest in running Ravashon. Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather marbles, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around us. But as the sun sets...
The name at Vesperaskit means...
Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one... Yes, it is. In Messina, of course, about 3,000 years.
She really had that on the tip of her tongue. It's like...
It does, doesn't it? And yet, we can... That's... You must understand. First, of course, there is no one spread that can be... It's not really our area of expertise, but we can try to explain. Precisamente. That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads, not exact, but we shouldn't that.
But didn't the Wild Pines representative say...
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, it may be the case...
Did she just admit that the...
No, but one must consider that the world was in the midst of a global catastrophe brought on by a... Yes. For this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to... Of course. While the content of... Of course, the coalition supports the Revacholian people's desire for food. Oh, in fact, soon, the people are... The council is...
Local conditions.
Once elected, a very... Typically, there's a liberal techno... In most cases, of course, our best... But we must... Exactamente.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short on...
Come again? We're... That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform. Perhaps... There are children building a snowman by a small farm. We cannot...
She needs to...
Martinez... Stand by... Yes. Interesting. The west of this... Very well. Now we see the...
A distended pause.
It is quite striking, but what's most striking, we really couldn't... And then, there's all the tear line about. Around... That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregularly... It must be... In any event...
Officer?
Is everything alright? Acknowledged. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand?
Yes, what is it? Very good?
Back across the water there.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone is set to broadcast, officer. We'll all be able to listen, but anyone we reach will only hear your voice. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt... Good.
A soft rustling. Every...
Officer? Are you in order?
You're all the lieutenant nervous for her.
Try again.
Perhaps something about her son.
It's very... In the meantime... Again?
It's calm now.
A slight frisson.
Mention what? I didn't...
Someone has been maintained.
An uncomfortable...
It's been a long winter.
I promised...
Yes.
Right.
There won't be...
But someone...
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand from a tangle of hair.
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply... We must... Fortunate, and we're also... You need to...
But...
Someone has been...
Something... Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your... Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a live-sim figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The programmer almost...
Huh?
Once...
Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. You can't help... Come on. Kings and... Why not armed? To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horse's bared teeth.
There is no way.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is...
That's very...
The signal...
Try it now.
Lieutenant Dubois.
This is... And by that, there is so...
Please be advised that you're... perhaps... There are children building a snow... We cannot...
She needs...
Martinez... Stand by... Yes. Interesting. The west of... Very well. Now we see the...
A distended pause.
It is quite striking, but what's most striking are the people. We really couldn't. And then there's all the hair lying about. It's very unpleasant to look at. Around. That's you. We have to say, It must. In any event, it is certainly interesting. A vast beyond that, immeasurable. The role of the moralist internation. It's an elegant because no rational. For the most part, it has. It's an elegant because no rational state. For the most part, it has. There are many. The fascists, and then.
For some reason, it's the social depth.
We don't.
She speaks.
But of course, they also remain dependent. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly off the. Of course, this is history.
She's got you there.
It's our understanding that.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working. One now. History is a river. Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of the city, the old town, but as the sun.
The name at Vespera.
By not only that, but yes, it is. In Messina, of course, such a city does not spring from about 3,000.
She really.
It does.
Liebling.
Time is running. Come again. We're picking up more We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible. Oh, you must understand. Of course, there is no one spread. It's not really our area. Precisamente. That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads, but we shouldn't overstate that. You must understand. When we... It may be the case...
Did she just admit?
No, but one must consider that the world was in the... Yes, for this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only a sound. Even though we are only a second signaler, we can tell you with great certainty that there is no contingency spread for you, Lieutenant Dubois. Simply, that there is no such... Please understand, we are not some totalitarian enterprise. We are committed to and bound by the highest values of individual freedom and opportunity. It is a work in progress, but...
Officer, I've held the signal open.
Is everything alright? Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
Yes, what is it? Very good?
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be two. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference, but it's important to keep transmitting your request until you're acknowledged. Ready? Good.
A soft rustling. Every...
Officer? Are you in order?
is the nervous.
Try again.
Perhaps you're something about her son.
It's very like in the meantime. Again.
A slight frisson at the point.
Mention I didn't.
An
It's been a long winter.
I promise.
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen.
There won't.
But someone has been mentioned.
Dubois?
The signals are.
It's not work. I did. We must unfortunate, and we're also. You need to.
But
someone has been mentioned.
Something about this setup. Your gloves, you don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The connection, the whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years. The programmer meant almost.
Huh?
Once the.
Sort of changing the shape of ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. You can't. Come on. Why not? To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horse's bared teeth.
There is no.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
That's very good.
The signal.
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is collision worship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting.
Aha! Excellent! You are connected. Now be quick.
This is it. And by that they mean the ones with the guns. There is so much you wish you could ask.
Please be advised that you're... that's difficult. Perhaps... there are children building a snowman by we cannot...
She needs...
Martinez... Stand by... Yes. Interesting. The west of the city looks very well. Now we see...
a distended port.
It is quite striking, but what's most striking... We really couldn't. And then there's a roundabout... A roundabout... Uh-huh. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregular. How interesting. In any event, it is certainly a value beyond that. Immeasurable. The role of the Moralist International is twofold. To buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road. It's an because no rational state is willing to accept it. For the most part, it has. It was established by many of the... There are many. The fascists, and then...
For some reason, it's the...
We don't...
She speaks...
But of course, they also the R... At the same time, the RCM. Of course.
She's got you.
It's our understanding.
There is some truth.
But in a practical sense. One now, history is a river. Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of this... What has
the name at Vesperaskit.
By... Not only that. Yes, it's in Messina. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere. Nor...
The wind is pulling at, air moving through. What? This is your city. A moment of hissing.
Lieutenant Dubois, are you still there?
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running. Come again? We're picking up more in... We cannot... That's... You must understand. Fortunate, of course. There is no one spring. It's not really our area. Precisamente. That is the essence of the idea. Not but we shouldn't overstay it. That's... You must understand.
It makes your...
It may be the case that...
Did she just admit that...
No, but one must consider that the world... Yes. For this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is owned, of course. While the content, of course, the coalition supports the... Oh, in fact, soon, the council...
Local condition.
Once elected, a very... Typically, there's a liberal... In most, of course, such as our best, but we must... Exactamente. Officer? Is everything alright? Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the...
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand? Time to lay it all out.
What is it? Very good?
Back across.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now...
It's done.
We're ready to try, at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request while... Good.
A soft rustling. Every...
Officer? Are you in...
Is the nervous...
Try again?
Perhaps. Something about her son.
It's very... In the meantime... Again?
A slight frisk.
Mention I didn't...
Someone has...
An uncle.
It's been a long winter.
I promised...
Yes.
Right.
There won't be...
But someone...
The signals are...
It's not work. I did... We must... Fortunate... And we're also... You need to...
But...
Someone has been...
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. Your gloves give you a solid grip. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly the programmer mentioned ammonia. Almost. Once the
Short of changing the shape ideally, what do you mean?
She's right. You can't. Come on. Why? To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between the horse's beard teeth.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm.
That's
The cigarette.
right now.
Listen on the wall.
This is, and by that, there is so.
Please be advised. Perhaps. There are children buildings. We cannot.
She needs.
Martinez. Stand by. Yes. Interesting. The west of. Very well. Now we.
A distended.
It is quite. But what's most striking, we really could. And then there's. Oh, alright. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely interesting. We don't know much about Revacholian art, so in any event, it is certainly interesting to see you. A very important question beyond that. In measure, the role of the moralist it's an because no rational state. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free. It was established by men, the fascists, and then...
For some reason, it's the Social Democrat.
We don't...
She speaks.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners. At the same time, the RCM is... We are not...
There is some...
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the... One now. History is a river. Let us answer your question with a question. The heart of the... What has the...
The name at Vesperaskit.
By... Not only... Yes, in Messina. Of course, such a city does not spring from... About...
She... Really...
It does.
Liebling.
How is running? Come again? We're picking up more. We can... That's... You must understand. First, of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events. But at least, we're able to prepare for the most likely eventualities. It's not really our precisamente. That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads as a kind of tree, with every jot not but we shouldn't overstate that.
But didn't.
You must understand.
It makes your...
It may be the case...
Did she just admit?
No, but one must consider that the world was... Yes, for this reason, responsibility for the... Of course, the coalition supports the revolution. Oh, in fact, soon, the council is...
Local...
Once elected, typically, there's a... In most... Of course, such as our best... But we... Except an officer? Is everything alright? Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarter. Not a problem. They typically respond within a few weeks.
This isn't about you. Not really. It may have been at a certain point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
What? How do you know this? What's your tone?
There's papers rustling. There. You've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you could show the coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene. You have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
Please continue. We're listening. We have it. Is there anything else the committee should know?
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
The lieutenant is afraid you're going to say something too outre.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that, Lieutenant Dubois.
Afraid? What is she afraid of? Her tone has shifted. She's no longer herself. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
Acknowledged. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It is imperative that you answer as directly and truthfully as you can. Do you understand? Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Thuragli, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform Eastern Indigo? Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or external to the Isola?
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
Next question. At the time, did you experience sense objects? Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light. Let's go on. Final question. Were you alone?
You are part of a large family. You are never alone. There's no need to overthink this.
We repeat. Were you alone?
you hear the sound of a page ripping.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our summary.
A long winter.
I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the signal clear, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. Please acknowledge. Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the Committee of Responsibility for Rebel has acknowledged and accepted your request. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, as their earliest convenience. Remain where you are. Collision Shuttle Laurel is setting a course for your position. They will arrive momentarily. Stand by.
Fat raindrops explode all around you. You wait, exposed to the meteorological bombardment. At least you're wearing a hat.
So? They're really coming.
The lieutenant adjusts his microphone and slowly looks up toward you.
Well, what now? Yes, and then? You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. I suppose what I'm asking is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern. I don't. What are you saying, Detective?
What he means is, he can't believe you're about to renounce your half-brothers and sisters. The lieutenant takes a moment to compose his thoughts.
I don't know where this case will lead us, Detective. But in a sense, that doesn't matter. Our job is to follow the evidence where it leads. Consequences be damned. Because that's what it means to be an officer of the RCM.
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. We have been instructed to inform you that the Laurel arrived at your position. Please acknowledge.
No shit. How are they supposed to hear your acknowledgement over the thundering of their own rotors?
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Rebel has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept? We are far past that point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now. Are you ready, or are you not?
The roundabout, Martinez North, daytime. Across the plaza, a pair of seagulls fight over the remains of a chicken wing. The programmer eyes you curiously. She does not understand why you're hesitating. Whatever her misgivings about the Coalition, the fact is that you've summoned an aerostatic with your voice, an achievement she never thought she'd witness. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He starts to open his mouth, then appears to think better of it. He's spoken his piece, he thinks. It's up to you now. There is something, a whisper, circulating among the city's footnoted alleyways and along its electrical wires. But what it's saying, you can't tell. It seems to be a message meant for someone else.
Repeat that, Lieutenant. What do you mean, you can't? Are you being impeded in some way? We have to say, This is extremely disappointing to hear, Lieutenant. What the consequences will be for your refusal to accept responsibility, we cannot say. For your sake, we pray they are not more than we all can bear. And now, we are updating our frequencies. We will not speak again. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3, 2, 1. Après le monde, le gris.
And the line goes quiet. The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. There's relief on his face as he turns toward you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
There's a damp cold running up the insides of your thighs. Your legs have grown stiff. You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans and waving their hand-painted signs. Beneath you, the lieutenant and the programmer have begun disconnecting a few cables. You could stay a while longer if you wanted. Out on the bay, a pair of dinghies bob and roll in the waves. The breeze drags the voices of the fishermen toward the plaza, faint and indecipherable. Further out, a few dirty icebergs drift to and fro. Further still, at the outer edge of your recognizance, the ancient ruins of the sea fort lay piled on the horizon.
Everything all right, Detective? Listen, I understand that you're disappointed that things did not turn out how you might have hoped. But you made the right decision. The more difficult decision, in my mind at least. Yes, I know. In my experience, when you make the wrong decision, you can tell right away. It's the right decisions that won't leave you alone.
Perhaps someday, the lieutenant will tell you about some of the decisions that won't leave him alone. But it won't be this day.
Now come on. We still have a long day ahead of us.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers. Leave the cables. I don't feel like making 2 trips.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, this was an interesting collaboration. Perhaps you're more reliable than the writers I used to work with. So, in any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. If you'd like me to take one of the extra headsets, I don't need so many spares. Now, you'll excuse me. I have to get back to my own.
Goodbye, officer.
worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno do-
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case?
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. They let you go there too. You should go and kill yourself there. You stare at the card, willing your hand to move. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axle, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it? Torturing your own nose for no reason is not conducive to case cracking, but yeah, turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat some with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Hi again, gendarme. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Sure. Bye-bye, Jean.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. He smiles. It's almost like music.
What do you see?
The trash containers stand. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see milk, and you've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for a box falls into pieces in your hands. At East Soleil, there's nothing more of interest. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Free flow of commerce!
Fucking wrong. A punch is not imminent, but it's being... You hear a tiny rattle. A small radio. I'm going to interpret that as a yes.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. The man's breathing steadies, but...
You keep coming back. That's good.
You find your hat. The box smells.
Economical, but also... The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed. A good starter pair, officer. A man who knows his style.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Super cool! Now the premium...
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening! Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage. Everything's still cool here.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. This set of soldiers isn't meant to look in.
You're probably talking about I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many pep.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. All the old boomboxes are there.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and...
The pawnbroker's gate. The trap is full.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Of course. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?